Hello, hello, hello. How are y'all doing? How are y'all doing? I see a Flipper J, and I see... Matilda. I see Chris. Hello, hello. Who else is here? Let us know in the chat. Coffee. So we got coffee today. Mikey's ready to get some work done. So am I. Ooh. I've had a rough few days. We've had so my daughter's had a year infection last week, and if you don't have kids, you're gonna find this really gross. But if you want to have kids eventually, you might as well hear it from me. So ear infection, and it's like we're talking pus just like dripping out of her ear, kind of bad. And it's like, it's all sticky and stuff. Yeah. Oh, you're all still here. Good. So yeah, so so that's happened. And after that, she's had recovering a few like asthma type thingies happening as well. So then she hasn't been sleeping well. We haven't been sleeping well, and so had a rough couple of days. But I've had a nap. I spent most of like she was meant to get a childcare today, and then we decided let's just keep her back one more day to see how she's going. And she's better now, which is good. So I spent literally my morning till about a bit after lunch just hanging out with her. Like we raided a couple of Kmart's for Hot Wheels, and then we went to a playground. We had a McFlurry. We bought snacks. Just lots of fun, just hanging out with my girl, and then watched the movie together. Yeah, and then rustled up. Was managed to quickly do that reaction video to Matt's thing about knocking on doors. If you guys haven't seen that, go check that out on the channel. Only reason I wanted to respond to that really quickly was because it's an interesting topic. Like, do you go knocking on doors to ask people if they have stuff to sell? It's not as straightforward as you should or you shouldn't. So I did a video on that covering all the aspects of it, how you can actually make it work. So if you haven't watched the video, go check it out. But yeah, so I hung out with my daughter, and then realized with the live stream coming up tonight, I probably should take a nap. So I just had a nap. To Chris's point, you look like you're sleeping on the couch. This is the guest room. This is the guest bedroom. So also where I just plonk after the live streams, because there's not much point going back to my bed, where usually one of my kids has already invaded the bed by that point. Kids are interesting. It's like we love you and we want to spend all this time with you, and it's amazing and it's cute, but at the same time it's like we don't care if the other parent is not there. We just want this parent, and then they're gonna go and crowd that parent. I didn't realize that being over touched was a thing. And then you what was it? Here's something that happens, right? Before you get married, before you have kids, people say, "Oh, you guys can't get your hand." People say to couples like, "Oh, you guys can't seem to get your hands off each other. You guys are just all this PDA." And then after that, when you want to have kids, you ask everyone. They say, "Oh, no, you'll find time for each other. If you love each other now, you love each other then." And then after you have kids, the same people will say things like, "Oh yeah, my first child is a hugger," and then they just hug me so much that by the time my partner comes home, I don't want to be touched anymore. And you go, wow, so there is a touch quota, and kids steal it. And then you ask them like, why didn't you tell me this before? And they go, well, if I told you, you wouldn't have kids. So I'm here to, but granted, kids are beautiful. Everybody knows that kids are amazing things. They bring lots of joy. They reveal lots of character. They reveal in us a lot of character. So yes. Well, enough about me. How's your weeks going? How have your weeks? That's really bad English. How have your weeks been? Retro Ranger. Hello. Just popping you in the background while I dive into my stockpile Xbox games and clean them. You mean while you game? We're just testing, right? We're testing the one game for the next 3 hours. Paul, hello, hello, hello. Might just do some labels actually while waiting for more people to come. Andrew Thornton, hello, hello. Mr. Riley. I just realized that Riley is gender neutral. Riley, boy, girl. Dude, dudette. Just assumed. I'm so sorry. Hi, Sandra. Hey, Liz. Chris, hello, hello. I would have loved it. It would have been hilarious. You were like, it's Chris. And we all just go, that's still gender neutral. Yes, Sandra, we've established you can come here for the chat. You can come here just to watch the chat. You can come here to learn how live streams are run. If you want to have a YouTube channel, you can come here just to see if the reselling community is nice. You can come here and what else can we do on this chat? The format's good, right? Like I think when we start doing these things, there's this sense of I wonder if the format's gonna break because people try a whole bunch of things on the internet, and sometimes the formats just don't work. And and I think we've come to realize, thanks to Matilda's suggestion of the whole just list for 30 minutes and then come back up at 10. It allows people to just list. Who those who want to list can list and literally just have the chat in the background. If I don't talk, they're not going to hear anything either. So yeah, it really does balance the two. The whole there is an element of focus work, but there's also an element of community. And if you want to do either or, you're more than welcome to do that. So Resell Excel. Jonas, if I remember correctly. Basically the tomato technique. But on this channel, Chris, we don't give credit to people who don't directly contribute. So therefore, we're going to call it the Matilda technique. I have a feeling, Andrew, that it's all just sitting, waiting to happen. And one day it's all just going to come out and it's all going to make sense. And you're going to be an absolute expert and surprise everybody. You're essentially the hungry caterpillar right now. And it's probably Monday. So tomorrow you're going to eat 2 strawberries, Wednesday 3 blueberries, Thursday, 4 blocks of chocolate, and then Saturday it's just going to be a bit of a scattered, what the hell am I doing? It's too much. I need a leaf. And you eat that leaf and you cocoon and we don't see you for 6 months. And then you come out, we go, holy crap. It's the most beautiful butterfly I have ever seen. Yeah. Oh, Matilda, what did you miss? You just missed us giving you credit for the 30-minute, 10-minute thing that we've been doing for the last few sessions. What Chris Furlong says is the Pomodoro technique, but we don't know Mr. Pomodoro or Mrs. Pomodoro. So therefore, we're calling it on this channel as the Matilda technique, and it's been working beautifully. So thank you. Pomodoro, who? Yeah, you take your time, Andrew, and you blossom. When you blossom, don't even tell us. We will know. Also, has anybody? I think this might be a pilot because only my biggest store had it, and that store turns over between 10 and 15 a month. But did anyone else see that pilot for send offers where I know where now you only send offers by selecting individual items, but then if you go onto the desktop, it lets you kind of do that, checkbox thing, select all, and just send it. It send like 1% for everything you see. That I saw that in the app today in my largest store account, but not in my smaller accounts. Have any of you seen that? Bleh. Have any of you seen that as well and given it a go? I thought it was pretty cool. Like I was really happy that because I usually have one account logged on in one of my browsers, and then if I see it in the app and I go to the app because the app's easier to navigate, and I see there's like a 50-cent offers, and I just go to the desktop and just quickly send offers every hour. Looks like they're moving it to the app now, which is pretty cool. Select all at the top, just send 1% and move on. That's what I do. I don't bother with individual offers. It's too annoying, too hard. Hi, Pia. Yeah, I'm heading into birthday party season. So my boy is born in August, and so are 3 of his best friends. So essentially, the impromptu lives may not actually mean impromptu lives may have to wait till like September if we're gonna do like a drinking kind of live thing. Pretty cool, right? Bulk sending offers on the app. I like it. Matilda, I wish I had bulk to send bulk offers slow. You will. Soon. Keep growing. for everybody and for everybody who's here, who wasn't here the last live, Matilda's officially a full-time eBay seller because her brick and mortar is done. She's moved on from that. And so, yeah, when Matilda says, I wish I had bulk, we know it will happen eventually. It will happen eventually. Adam, we don't have a clock yet. We haven't started the clock, Granny, so don't worry. Don't worry. Also welcome. Have you liked the promotions we've been doing? Alex and myself have been doing for you to do Rap God. He did that video, and then I said to him, no, we need to do one with the actual song in it, so that when people click on it, they can actually hear the song and be like, oh, Grumpy Granny has to do this song. Oh wait, I haven't even checked the if we actually got any feedback on that live or not. I'm gonna check it out. Let's have a look. Wait, how do I check the poll? I think if you go under stories. No, wait, does it say? View insights? Does that tell me anything? That's a bit silly. I thought if you did a poll of yes or no, it'll actually tell you, but maybe don't click on the poll. We're hoping there's more demand for you doing Rap God. Adam, was Bendigo a bust? The listing's still up, but no one's actually been able to go. And then I just found out that apparently Mr. Furlong was there today, but he didn't tell me that. He didn't tell me he was going, and he didn't know that I wanted the bag. So therefore, there was a bit of a disconnect. But I'm sure someone else will go to Bendigo eventually, or me. Who knows? I don't think it's gonna move. It's one of those items where it was selling for about $100 at EB Games and Zing when it was retailing, and then after it stopped retailing, people just didn't buy it because it's a pretty massive backpack. Like it's legit this big. So it's not public transport friendly. It's not walking with people friendly. You need a pretty big frame to not take other people down with you. It's like it's like an umbrella, but inconveniently strapped to your back, open. So I reckon it'll stay there for a bit. So I'm not feeling too not feeling too stressed. I reckon it'll still be there. $50 for new with tags. I picked mine up new with tags for $20 actually, because there was one scratch across the back, but it's so shiny you don't even notice it when you're walking anyways. But Chris will tell you. Chris was at the conference with me, and it was like a really good conversation starter because because a lot of these times you go to these stalls and you don't know what to talk about with any of the people who are there. Presumably they're there to talk about whatever thing they're selling, be it like a shipping service or some sort of foreign currency exchange thing or some sort of platform thing that you can use. And for the most part, they don't know what you do either. So then, unless you're making eye contact and then indicating that you could use their product, for the most part, it's just eye contact and we move on. So you're trying for something, right? So with me, it was the mohawk and it was the bag, and that actually opened up a lot of conversation, led to a lot of networking, and got me thinking, yeah, you know what? When I go to these things, I just want to meet people. And so, even those people who don't, especially those stands where the people have knowledge, but their stands are boring as blank paper. Like there's some stands where they actually have interactive stuff, and of course they'll say, "Come try our thing," because that's really the only thing that they can say comfortably. Yeah, so that bag was pretty awesome. Oh, so Grumpy Granny, Grumpy Granny records on Thursday with the Disgruntled Octopus, but they are surprisingly meticulous. So they will only release it on Tuesday next week and spend the time between now and then making, I'm guessing, a bunch of marketing material because they never stop posting Instagram stories after the thing goes live. And yeah, I'm guessing it's all the additional media that they do as well. Shows that you are not stuffy and down to earth and approachable, or a bit of a rebel, disregarding of social norms, Hates the establishments, hates the establishments and the hierarchies in capitalist society. Therefore, he carries around a Captain America bag because screw the suitcase and the suit. Kind of a half joke. Because I reckon half of it's true. Jonas, yep, don't have offers in the app. Keen for it though. It means it's coming. They're piloting it now. It looks really clean as well. I'm surprised because there's a lot of blank space. Essentially, what they've done is they've just taken the app version and just kind of squished it this way because there's actually a lot of blank space on this side of the app and just put a bunch of boxes there. So pretty cool. Irreverent. That was the word I was looking for, Matilda. Not rebel, irreverent. Yeah, go check out Grumpy Granny's new video on postage policies. If you want to learn things methodically, Granny's great. And there's I think that there's something wonderful about being old because you don't waste words. You know what I mean? I feel like you're pretty straight to the point. And when I watch your videos, I'm like, she doesn't waste words. When she gets down to it, she just goes, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, done. GG is old, and the old is a good thing, Chris. Stop saying that GG is not a good thing. My gosh, what's the matter with you? It's all right. It's all right. Andrew, we've already established you are on the verge of blossoming into a beautiful butterfly. All right, let's get some work done. Let's get some work done. The mob have asked for some sort of an accountability. We shall start the clock. Well, children, the clock has started, so no more chatting. Like I have any control over it. Well, I'm going to stop talking. Nobody in the chat is old. Everybody is young. Or as the young people say, young AF. Kelly's here. Hello, hello. There's actually a. I didn't realize that Paul was saying that he got champagne because he's nothing to celebrate. He's drinking in a plastic cup. I got given a bottle of champagne when I got married, and I didn't realize that champagne has like ideal drinking years. And this one I think is between 2014 and like they said it's a 24. Is it 20? No, it's a 2003, and apparently the ideal drinking period is like we were supposed to. Essentially, we were supposed to have drank it last year, and that was meant to retire last year. So therefore, we were like, we'll save it for him. And I'm hoping it doesn't taste that bad this year because he meant he's retiring this year. So I didn't know that there's like a window. All right, Chris, enjoy your sleep. We love you too. Everyone, team back in. Grumpy Granny, by virtue of seniority, wants to break the timer silence with 3 questions for you guys as a matter of a survey. It says here we've got 15 people, 14 people watching. So therefore, she should get 14 answers. Grumpy Granny, ask away. Sup, Leo. Oh, very good questions. All very good questions. Um, all right. I'll answer all the questions at the end. You guys go do your survey. Um, finish, then I'll chime in. I'll just finish my labels. It's part of the ASMR, man. Like, I've already moved the mic from here to here. Here's a fourth question for the chat. Do fart noises count as ASMR or repulsive behavior on a live stream? Go. It's like what noise is too what noises are too far? Oh, can we have both? Seriously. So the feedback is auditory ain't no issue. Brilliant. Because some nights I sit here and it really banks up and I have to leave the room and it's like a solid, it's like a solid 5-second unbroken soundtrack. But that happens around like the 1 o'clock mark. I'm just kidding. Not the 1 o'clock mark, but you're not gonna know when it actually happens. Not printer music. In all seriousness, I want my stock gone so I don't have to rearrange my listed death pile as long as I make some profit. All right, cool. So let's address some questions. I love what we're hearing back. So first one being, do you allow counter offers when sending offers? Depends on some of you guys go yes, some go no, some go depends. And I'm in the depends camp because there are some buyer groups that value the ability to counter, and there are some buyer groups that just they're the type that just need the nudge. So, for example, when selling to parents, I always have counter offer open just because parents, I feel like to be able to um, have a say. Compared to adult collectors, they don't really care for the counter offer, in my opinion. They already have in they're constantly tracking the market like stockbrokers. And so essentially, the moment the stock goes below a certain amount or moves enough, it's enough to get them to go, yeah, I'll just buy. So those are the ones where I'll just pick my number and send them the offer without a counter offer. And I find the if it fits, if it's within range, they just buy, and then it's buy and immediate pay. So that's where the depends comes from. Obviously, but clearly it's category based, but deeper it's buyer based. So depending on how well you know your buyer, and granted the context is niche stores, right? So Paul was a depends, because Paul has also a very niche store, being games and tech and spare parts and stuff. So therefore his buyers would be of a particular ilk as well. If you're a generalist store, then I guess you just pick whatever suits you. In which case, then you really have to decide, right? If you don't send your best offer at the very start and you're sending like the maybe offer without counter offers, you're not gonna get any take up. If you send the if you send your best offer, no counter offer, you don't get a take up, then you know that you're not buying well enough for the offer to be attractive. At the end of the day, whatever you do, there needs to be two things. The first one is there must be some sort of take up. If there is no take up, then the second thing that's happening, you get no feedback. If you do stuff that doesn't give you feedback, your business isn't growing because you have nothing to grow on. So you'll hear me say that all the time. You need to get feedback. If you're not doing, like, I remember there was a Facebook post where somebody sent an offer for 10%, and then the person actually sent the message back to them going, seriously, dude, 10%? Like, what the hell? What's that, $1? Or something like, or what is it, like $10? It was a very small amount. And the guy goes, it's the best I can, like, he tried to justify his 10%. And the comments were quite elaborate about, it was one of those American sites, so therefore there were like about 100 comments within the next few hours. But I remember just thinking to myself, 10% doesn't move anybody. Like, if 10% is your best offer, then you're not buying well enough because most businesses, nobody put the 10% off thing on a wall. Nobody changes the direction of their walk to go into a shop with 10% off. Unless only exception is like Apple, where it's established that 10% off is the best that you'll get, and maybe 15 with like a price match, or like Miele washing machines, right? They never do more than 10%, and if they do, it's usually via some like special cashback coupon that you get from Harvey Norman or the good guys, because Miele is like, nah, we're this kind of brand, like the Apple kind of model. We're never doing 10%, but we may do 15%, but you must do the washer dryer together. We must get more for you to get more. So obviously none of us are in that camp. So therefore, if you're gonna send offers, like Matt talks about 5% offers, like, to me that's not business normal. People only ever, especially if you're a general store where your buyers are not repeat or the bulk are not repeat, it needs to be a percentage that normally in real life will make somebody change the direction of their walk. In which case, for me, that's 20% or higher. If you can't do 20% or higher, then that really tells you should be buying better so that you can do those offers that make people change their walk. That's my takes on it. Next one. Do you send coupons when sending offers? Some of you guys, interesting feedback, because I've never thought about this question as deeply. My thoughts was similar to what Matilda said, which is, isn't the whole idea that 48 hours for the standard 48 hours might be too short for some buyers, in which case the coupon just lets them take up the offer elsewhere. And I think was it Retro Ranger who said something like, some of my buyers are too simple to, what was it? Yeah, some people are too simple-minded and think that they can double dip on discounts. True. So then all what you'd be really doing is in a note saying, here's a special discount for you. I've also attached a coupon if you need longer than 48 hours to think about it. And that way it tells the buyer the kind of seller you are and reminds them that, hey, don't feel stressed about this. Because I think some people do this, right? If you think about buyer behavior, when a buyer sees an offer that they cannot take up, they generally go discard, because they're not going to bargain. They're not going to go to the shop and say, by the way, can I please take this up later? So if you tell them that here's a coupon, This purpose being for you to take it up later. The percentage is the same because eBay only lets me do this for 48 hours. It lets it. What you're telling them is don't throw the flyer away. That's really all you're saying. So that's what that text is for. That's what we do with with one of the shops that we do send coupons out all the time with the offer. It's just hey, or as Jen does because it's to the mums. It's like hey hun, just letting you know the coupon is for you to use in case you're not ready to buy yet because we know this offer expires in 48 hours. Simple, something simple like that. And the takeout's really good. So we'll get purchases throughout the year with that coupon. It's just the same coupon. And some of them will even try and use it again, which we perfectly intend because it's within our range. So therefore, we'll see this coupon pop up again, and it'll be like a cheeky, "Ooh, thanks for allowing me to use the coupon again." And we're like, "Yeah, sure." We didn't put any restrictions on it, but you don't know that. As far as you're concerned, you got a hack because you managed to use the code again. And you're like, "Ooh!" So, but yeah, communicate. Seriously, if you explain it to buyers will get it. Don't just use it without explaining because once again, most people don't get how eBay works, and eBay just introduces these tools and they don't explain it to the buyers. eBay, I'm sorry to say this, but eBay is not very good at explaining to buyers how to use the platform. And I find that as a seller, if we educate buyers, it's a value add, and that value add means retention. So use that. La, 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 la. And the last one, would you like music when Granny talks in tutorial videos? Only if it's Rap God. We're gonna keep asking for it. Rap God. I'm okay with them. I'm okay with the music, Granny. I feel like the music, I've watched some of my videos, my previous videos with and without music, and I think that if you put it if you put it at the right intervals that allow the video that essentially transition, like carry the video from point to point, it does break up the video a bit because a lot of the videos that we do, especially the tension being, I want to teach you how to do this thing and I want to do a good job. I don't want to miss out any detail. I don't want to miss out any anecdotes that help to illustrate the point well. But once I add all those things together, it's like a minimum half-hour video. And most people, when they see half an hour, they go, save to watch later. So if you want to watch now, the music does help to break it up for those who do watch it. Breaking into parts does help, but as you know, with parts, there's a schedule, and people don't tend to follow the schedule because with buyer behavior on YouTube, pick up your phone, open your home screen, and just see what gets recommended. In which case, sometimes YouTube doesn't recommend the part 2 after you watch the part 1, which is annoying and doesn't make any sense because you would assume that if someone has watched the part 1, on the day that part 2 becomes available, they would just recommend part 2, but it doesn't happen consistently, so that's annoying. Yeah, and that's all the questions. Question 4. What is the usual discount you send offers to watchers? Currently sending 15, 25, depending on wiggle rule, 15 on low value items, under 20, usually 25 on others. I think I've answered that question. Yeah. It needs to, if target offer 10% off doesn't entice me, go into the store. We need to think like that. Yeah. So yeah, so 20 for me is 20% minimum. Unless it's a sought after item, then I will individually send a offer. So for example, right, if there's like a really expensive toy car that I've got that is going for somewhere in $150 for argument's sake, and then the percentage offer doesn't quite make sense. It's more of a let's knock off a significant dollar value, so 120 or round it down to 100 just to move it out. That just hits better than saying a percentage with like a random number that shows up on the screen. Music, if there is. Tom, what's the exit plan from eBay? Great question. I have no idea. I got no idea. That's something I reckon we can talk about because for me, when I think of eBay, are you thinking of exiting? Are you getting tired? For me, the exit plan looks a bit like this. The business grows with I envision 5 full-time staff, that 3 of them who pack, 2 of them who do one like sourcing and photographs, and then they interchange. So essentially 5 full-time staff, and then after that, I need to figure out how to obviously the answer with the inventory is going to replenishable, but then if it's not replenishable, I need to figure out how to source and teach sourcing, which is very hard in my category. But who knows? I might figure it out. Someone has, right? So if I can figure out how to, with a series of videos, just photographs, Excel sheets, like if someone can type like just very clear instructions how to actually identify items and price them, and then the next step, so that the business can run without me, so to speak, then the next step would be to actually buy a commercial building, so that way the business is sold with a commercial the business is sold with a like a 10-year fixed rate lease that is like super cheap. That way I exit with a residual income 10-year lease type deal, and the team is solid, therefore the new owner can just take his time to learn, here's her time to learn, because the team's more or less running it. That's the exit that ideally I would want, because then I have a passive income stream out, because I already own the building. That was one idea. I haven't really thought of anything else. Thoughts? Quindles then. Hello, hello. At the same time, I find myself not wanting to exit as well, because it's so fun. It's like this thing doesn't. I feel like there isn't a too big for this, so therefore keep doing it. Keep doing it. Have minions doing all the on the ground stuff. I do. I tell you what I struggle with. Right, I struggle with the speed. I don't know how your team is like, Tom, and it'll be cool to hear. I when I hired my sister, she was a gun. She was great at taking photos. She took them at a really really high clip, um, and I felt like I was working, but she only could do one. She did only one thing at that clip. So essentially, if I would work at my pace, and then I would delegate to her, and then the items would come back. I'd ship it to her house. She would then take photos at her place with the same kind of setup. She would mimic the setup, send it back, quality, speed. I get it back in time for me to go and list. So essentially, there I didn't feel like I was slowing down to accommodate for her. But everyone else I've hired up after that has just been, they generally work at about 50% capacity. There's distraction. There's like, phone calls during work hours. That's my biggest struggle. But at the same time, I feel like we don't pay enough, and we wouldn't really be paying, super focused work kind of dollars anyways. So yeah. And I feel weird supervising people working. But yeah, the easy option is replenishable. So I suppose do use stuff, build up a team, have a premises, and then after that, start sourcing, um, start sourcing more replenishable items, move to newer items. Part of the reason why I'm enjoying the YouTube process is also because it's a learning experience on how to do social media marketing. So getting like the last, yeah. No one will ever work even half as hard as you. I had to stop explaining longer. Too true, man. Too true. Avalon. I get excited for Avalon turning because Avalon talks to me outside of the live stream as well. So when she turns on, I'm like, yes. Yeah. So if I can get replenishables, get a team going, then I guess the exit is a lot easier, right? Because it's pretty straightforward. The supply is the hardest part, I think, and you would agree as well. The supply part. Yeah. So social media marketing, if I get comfortable with social media marketing, affiliate marketing at some point down the track, then the case becomes just find items that all ship in the same size freaking box. Like, do like Funko Pops. Not that I have any interest in Funko Pops, but I want stuff that's like small, that sells for a high margin. You get it shipped from bloody Bangladesh and send it out to the rest of the world. uh, I got no idea. Like live chat, top chat, I think it's just the same thing, it's just highlights. I feel like the I feel like top I feel like if you do live chat, you get all the messages, including the trolls. But I don't think there are that many trolls on the channel. Anyways, we're not popular enough. There's 18 of you here, and you're all decent. So the decency rate of this chat is like 100%. Grumpy Granny, retirement is bad for your health. I feel like this whole thing about working and then you just stop working, your everything atrophies. It's horrible. Like I remember um when I was at the bank, the only people the only elderly people who didn't atrophy were those who had something to do that was of meaning. I think that's it. There's something to do, and then there's something to of meaning. You can't just tell an old person who retires, right, just go do something. But if it has no meaning, they end up doing nothing anyways. So and that meaning thing is so powerful. Like even I remember there's a guy, he was a carpenter, and he had one of those handshakes, right? That I reckon if he held a glass cup and squeezed it hard enough, it would probably shatter. It was one of those like really strong vice grip hands. And his wife had Alzheimer's, and he would visit her, and he's like, she doesn't recognize me anymore, but she knows I'm there, which is really sweet, right? Every time he talks about it, I'm like crying. Like in the back, we're crying. But the cool part was because of that meaningful something to do every single day, he lived until in like his mid-90s, and he still had that vice-like grip. It was insane. You would assume a guy gets weaker over time, but it's something about that meaningful something to do, like sustains you. So yeah, reselling could be that meaningful thing. Like we said, Andrew, you're gonna be a beautiful butterfly. Tom goes, trust is a big part. If you have people you can trust, that's a big step. That's the best step. I don't foresee much of a future on eBay, but if you are going to stick with it, I think you need to hone your skills and oversee minions doing the repetitive boring. The power is the knowledge you've developed. You can use that to task stuff and just oversee it. Yep. So true. So true. Yeah, so ideally for me, it's getting my margins to a point where uh I'm okay with the 50% output, and I just sit at the desktop putting listings up, really. Uh pricing the listings and sourcing, and then sending someone to go pick it up with a truck or a van. Yeah. Grumpy Granny going, where do you see the future of reselling going? Well, Tom at I think it was at 1 or 1:30 in the morning, he and Janelle had a back and forth as to how good eBay actually is. It's I think one of the it must I think it must have been 2 weeks ago now. Uh maybe it was Thursday last week, or the Thursday last week. Yeah. I feel like eBay is good enough if you're kind of like you have a team of one or two, you're not too big. But once you get really big and you want a whole bunch of efficiencies, and you don't want to deal with the simpletons that come back at scale, there are other websites that you should really just do your own thing at that point, because I feel like eBay, yeah. If you build your own site and you choose not to refund somebody for being an idiot, right? Like you can. The rest on eBay, you have this thing. So I don't like that. Tom had a good suggestion actually. He said something like if you imagine a site where everybody gets no tracking. Everybody gets no tracking, but if they get no tracking, they don't get to say that the item doesn't get delivered, and then they have to pay extra to get the tracking. But when they do, that will go through a nice process. In which case, then it really weeds out all the idiots who are like, "Ooh, I paid for one track, so I got a deal." But then after that, because at the end of the day, if you have product that's unique and you have product that's sought after, then you shouldn't have to compete like everybody else, right? People come to you for what you have, and so if you build up enough of a following, enough of a feedback base, then do what you can set your own rules, really. I figured I just built a machine that you put 100 DVs in and it photos and list them automatically. Ooh, it exists. That stuff exists. No way. I like it when Tom comes to the chat because he's done all these like research on things that only big boys who need big toys do. I don't know. If Tom's blocked Janelle is pretty funny. Because I have it. I can see everybody. And I have not put you in timeout, Janelle. Sounds like you guys need to meet up and have a meal or something. I hear Sydney is a good middle location for the both of you. Grumpy, I don't think it's about whether it takes longer. I think it's about what can it. It's about something that works consistently, so that you can go do something else. Like when I've got my helpers help, when I have any helper help me pack, right? I just have to tell myself, look, I know they're slower, and you could totally do it faster. They're taking 4 hours when really you could do it in 2, but it's 2 hours that you can go do something else. And I think that's it. It's like, and I've appreciated that a lot more with YouTube as well. The fact that I can go do something else. Yeah. Jazz is here. A bit later than normal, Jazz. What's up? Romantic evening with Brad, maybe. But Janelle, you also have a team. So what does your team like? Janelle, help us to understand. Are there things that your team still cannot do that only you can do? And is it like stuff that you literally cannot delegate? Because that's kind of the conversation you walked in on. Because Tom asked, "What's the exit plan for eBay?" And I'm like, I feel like the sourcing part, I don't know how to delegate yet, unless I can codify everything and put it into videos and stuff. In fact, Jazz, I would love for your thoughts on this as well, because Tom asked the question, "What's the exit plan from eBay?" And for me, I was like, well, buy a building, sell the business with a low market rate flat rent for 10 years, and then with a team that can do everything. But I got to figure out the sourcing side of things, how to actually teach somebody how to source, which that whole whatever's in your head, put it onto paper, video, whatever, or like put it into some sort of format, right? I haven't quite figured that part out yet. Yeah, what do you guys reckon what do you guys reckon the exit plan is? And that kind of got us onto the topic of like what you can't delegate, what you expect from your staff, things like that. Yeah, Jazz and Janelle, pipe in. Janelle, do all the listings. My team pack and serve customers at the brick and mortar store. They also take the photos. I edit the photos and do all the listings and a million other things. You should teach them to take photos. You don't have to edit. That's a very interesting point, Granny. Would love to hear what Janelle has to say to that. I've had 3 people take photos for me so far. Sister, absolute gun. Another friend, you could not tell her, teach her, show her examples. You literally had to go there and fix the setup for her, and then like literally go, do you see the difference? She'd be like, no, not really. And then go, okay, just don't touch the setup. They have to leave the lights where they are. Just don't touch the setup. And then third one is like, I could explain to them how to do it, talk about the framing, bring it closer, show examples of what I want versus what he's doing. And he's like, yep, got it. I think I see it now. So yeah, different people, right? Like how you teach them. I have to edit edit the type of products and the type of photos, have to change the sizing. I feel like Granny, I feel like with Janelle, it's not so much the fact that it's wrong. I think it's just ideal, right? Like what works the best, right? Jazz goes, we had to get to a point where we can hand over the reins and oversee remotely, or we pack that baby down to bare bones and come back to when we want to. Yeah, that's the other option, isn't it? You go, just fulfill orders and go on a holiday and come back. The other option was replenishables. Have you thought about that, Jazz? Where you, because the thing that you do really well is Brad. Great conversation topic. We're actually talking about exit plans for eBay, and just to recap, I essentially said, have great processes, teach the team how to do everything, sell the business buy a building that's essentially retrofitted for the business, sell it with like a flat lease. Then you leave with like a passive income on the building for like 10 years or whatever it might be. And then, but my issue is I haven't quite figured out to codify the sourcing side of things so that, there are videos, text for whatever format that I can teach the sourcing side so that they can continue being leaders in whatever categories we sell in. And I think, yeah, you've got, you guys have great processes, and I think that's it, right? The bigger you get, it's the processes. So therefore, how do you then scale it up to the point where you can just sell it because everything's already been systemized? I have a candle, and I can light it at some point. Apparently, whenever we light candles, Puppy Dog Diary turns up. Alex, how old are the kids? Would you or have you gotten your kids involved with helping out? 6 and 3. So the big one does help out. Because he's actually motivated by rewards and it's toys, so it's easy to help out. If I told him to like fold fabric, he'd be like, But yeah, the other day I took about 100 photos. I took photos of 100 cars, and he bagged them all individually into like the little snack bags, and his reward was toys. So that was pretty cool. But it's I don't think it's gonna happen consistently yet because this is kids at the end of the day. I think like depends. Some kids like doing, some kids don't like doing. The girl will probably never help out. Her attention span is too short. But we'll see. Jazz goes, we've had 2 shifts with our new team member, and she's picking up so fast. See, you know what? That's cool, right? I was just saying my sister was an absolute gun at taking photos. I used to send her, like during COVID when we couldn't travel, and she was about 40 minutes from where I was. I'd pay the courier fees. I'd send her like 2 boxes, about 40 kilos worth of stuff to photograph. She'd send it back within a week and then never skip a beat. And the business grew. I essentially broke even on her salary. What was it? I was paying her essentially 60K a year because that was her full-time salary back then when she took a break from teaching. And the business actually grew by the product sales, 5K a month extra by the 3rd month that she was on. So you never know, right? Like if you hit, you hit. If you don't, then you just end up with the average person who works at half our capacity. But then, like Tom says, that's just normal. You just get used to expecting that workers will work at half the capacity. Brad goes 4 to 5 ongoing stock options to solve the long-term sourcing problem. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that there needs to be some sort of ongoing relationship. Bring the stuff to you, and then it's a case of pricing as well. I reckon. Like, how do you teach pricing? Because every person that I've hired, that's been the sticking point. They go to Terapeak and they're like, I don't know what number to pick. And I think that's the other thing that I need to figure out, because selling to international markets, you can't just pick a number, especially when the items are no longer at retail, so there is no number. Jazz, halfway through writing a pretty schmick process manual that will definitely help with an exit. Cool. Away from everything this week. Lots of things have gone wrong, so I'm on the phone every day, so to fix things that they don't know how to do. However, this is great timing as we are off overseas for 2 weeks in a couple of weeks' time. So great that this is happening now as a pre-run. Where are you going, Janelle? Brad goes, teaching pricing is hard. Yep. It's interesting. It's not, and I don't think teaching pricing is hard because the items won't sell. It's about that sell through, right? It's you get the pricing right, the sell through goes up. You get the pricing right, you'll sell eventually. But then it's like you can't really rely on it. And the whole idea of systemizing and having processes is so that you can rely on it to run like a machine as if people are not actually doing it. So yeah. And all you guys who are like newer in this business, you'll get to that point eventually. So don't feel like, because of this speed bump, this mountain that, no point growing, stay small. Don't stay small, grow. Because when you get there with the familiarity and the reps, you'll figure out you might be that person who comes to the chat in 2 years' time and go, pricing's really easy. Here's how I do it. Here's how I look at it. And your perspective could be the thing that helps us all. So get there and then figure it out. All the cool things. The hardest part is finding the right people because you want them to have some kind of passion for doing what you do. Otherwise, their commitment is reflected in their effort. Yes and no. I want people who enjoy doing work. I don't care if they're passionate about what I do. I actually would rather they not have an interest in what I do because then they have an opinion. And I don't want people to have an opinion on the things that I sell. I want people to just come and work and leave. Because it's like what's the thing? It's like I want someone who comes and just I tell them to cut the vegetables if they cut it this way. I don't want them to taste the food. I don't want to have any idea how the food should taste. It's just I tell you to do this way, you do it. Because they're meant to be a machine part, not meant to be, a previous machine from a different era that has an opinion how the machine should run. No, I don't want to have any opinion. So in a sense, passion not required, not even preferred, but I do want a sense of excellence in terms of the one thing they have to do. And I'm more than happy for people who are one thing people. I think that's it. Like some people come to work and they just like they don't have the self-awareness. They want to touch everything because they're curious and they're bored. And then there are some people who come and they go, you know what? I don't like to do that. I don't like to do all these things, but I just want to do this one thing. And I think as a boss, I'm more than happy to do one thing if they do it really well. Like my sister, absolute gun in photography. So, or even if someone comes and goes, you know what? I don't like any of this. I just want to be a driver. Good. You can be the dedicated driver. I will source to fit that role. Yeah. So, and I think a lot of times when people come to jobs, they don't expect to be given that chance to be good at one thing. They come to jobs expecting to have to suck it up and do everything. So if you find people who, in my experience, are happy to have that conversation about being good at one thing, and then you give them that one thing to do and they come to work and they love just doing that one thing, because at the end of the day, people like completing their work. Nobody likes to come to work to not complete work and have work hang over their heads when the weekend comes and when holidays come. You know what I mean? They don't like having to hand over work and be shown that they are bad at their work. So therefore, when I look at retention, that one thing strategy works quite well because you're so good at one thing that other people cannot take your role from you. But at the same time, you're not so useful that you're indispensable, if that makes sense. So therefore, it's kind of like a nice balance in my head, anyways. Sup, Fixie? Nobody is worried about training your future competitor. Ooh. This is I'll say this every time we do a live stream. There is always the chat. We never know where the chat will go, and it always ends up in a place which is like we literally like 2 weeks ago we had a live stream, and far out we got to a point where we ended up talking about bullying and how bullying is not okay. Like whoever plans that for a listing live chat, but it happened, and all of us shared our stories. It's amazing. So yeah, today this topic, I love it. Training future competitors. I feel like if you show how hard the business is to do, which it is, it's very rare people actually want to compete with us. And those who compete with us are those who don't intend to be as big as us. And then they do it and then they leave. So in a sense, they're more annoying for a short period of time rather than actually be established competitors ongoing. I've actually and Paul, we've had this conversation, right, in private, where I shared with you some of my strategies and you were like, I didn't realize how ruthless. What was the word you used? You appear more like aggressive than you come across. And I haven't met anybody quite like me yet who wants to compete with me. So in a sense, like a lot of times when someone sees what I sell and then they want to compete with me and then they meet me, they're like, yeah, I don't want to bump into you. But yeah, cool. So I think that's it. Like there's a certain level of hustle and fierceness there. So like Jazz goes, I don't think there's many people out there who want to do this type of business at scale. Very true. Yeah. Because it's too random. It's too random. It's too random and um it's not easy. I think that's it, right? Like we do it because we love it. We see the reward. We know how to hack it and kind of play around with the flexibility. If you tell somebody who is quitting their job and their first thought is to run a franchise, what they really are saying is, I don't know how to put structure in my life now that I don't have a job. And this business doesn't have structure. So, or at least not structure inherent, and we need to put structure in place. So, in a sense, like Paul, you're someone who, you do this out of free time. You get to serve the community through that. You would show me like public health thing with autistic kids, and then you've also got a kid who studies at this long distance and is at home, right? So that's a lot of not structure, but it's structured in your head. So in a sense, I've also got a similar thing. My kids give me structure. If not for my kids, I have no structure. I'm doing live streams at 2 a.m, having naps, and then waking up and doing it again. But I still get my 40, 50 hours a week work done and keep the business growing. So I think in that sense, that's already like a moat enough around our type of business, which is quite reassuring. Listing toys, thought about you. You know what I think about you when I see games too. I don't list games. When I ever see games, I go, I wonder if Fixie has this. Janelle, we lost 2 workers last month trying to hire again. Good luck. Granny and Fixie having a lovely moment. Paul, I've had a few competitors that all knew my secret sauce because I mentored, trained them, and I didn't feel like good on them when they left and targeted employees. Yeah, I think that's just bad faith, right? Like you're always going to get people like that, and I feel that if you make the business look too easy, and that's something that I learned as well from other like family friends who used to run big businesses. They go, no matter how much you scale, you still have to show that the burden is heavy on management, because if you don't show that, then the business then the what's the word, your staff just feel like, yeah, I got this. Even with restaurants, I remember that I met a restaurant manager one day who used to own a restaurant, and it was too much. He just went back to managing restaurants, and he said, whenever someone wants to start a restaurant because they like they like an aspect of it, he said, nope, the key to owning a good restaurant and running it is the ability to step into the kitchen and cook if someone is sick. And when you go there, you flex like heck, and they're like, holy shit, this person hasn't touched a pan or whatever in like months, and he's here cooking faster, better, and not even breaking a sweat, and the rest of us look like shit. That's essentially what it is. So if you want to, I feel that if for us to train and not be worried about competitors, it's like, sure, I haven't packed an order all day, right? You haven't seen me do any packing forever because I've got 4 of you packing. But the day like 2 of you fall sick, I come in and I pack both your loads in half a day, and you're like, whoa, I didn't realize that's the speed we were expected to pack at. That's I think the level, the boss level that we need to be at for our staff to go, yeah, I can't do this. Because even if I do this, I'm not getting to his level. And like I said, I'm not hiring for passion either. So therefore, my staff don't have the passion for the product or the business. They see the money that I'm making, but they don't have the motor that I have. No way in hell. And whenever I flex that motor, I'm smoking the room. So I think that's kind of it. Yeah. That sounded really aggro. That's passion, right? It's like, woo. And that's the thing. I feel like if I meet somebody like me, they're not going to want to work for me. They're going to want to do their own thing. So, and I would know very quickly if I meet someone like me, I'm not hiring them because you're not hanging around. There is no long term there. You should really see the road. Essentially, if I bring you on, it's going to be like business partner, and then we build together, and we both enjoy each other's like level of intensity. Yeah. I'm not worried about competition, Matilda. If what I'm doing makes me in the top 2% in a category, it just makes you wonder what the other 98% are doing. Give good service and don't work about what your competitors are doing. Yeah, Brad, I would think you would have a competitive advantage above those competitors, either in long-term relationships with suppliers or an ability to buy at higher volumes. Yeah, true. Or just speed, I reckon. I just try to do my very best every day, except during podcast filming, of course. I used to work for someone else running their eBay store. I did it for long enough that it didn't make sense working for someone else doing eBay. Yeah, it makes sense too, Fizzy. Great conversation. Well done, everybody. I want to hear. Hey, Tom, if you're still here, because the viewing numbers are dropped. Have you met anybody as intense as you, like as boss as you? Brad, Jazz, you guys are at that level. Janelle, you guys are a lot bigger as well. Like, have you guys ever met Fixie? Have you met anybody like you, Paul, like you? Because I feel like there comes a point where, at where we are and beyond, we don't ever really meet people like us anymore. We meet people who want to be like us, but then once we show them what we're like, they're like, oh, yeah, too hard. Because that's what Jen actually pointed out. Because Jen said to me, though, when we first started this business, Jen goes, people are going to compete with you. How do you feel about it? I'm like, I don't think they will. And then eventually she realized, wow, whenever people ask you what you do, you tell them everything. And then after you tell them everything, they go, oh, I'm glad it's working out for you. That's the shillness, and they don't even try it. Or if they do, they go, yeah, I'm never to that level, and they just stay small. So Brad, short answer, just Jazz. See? Team up and share the fruits of the joint intensity, right? That's it. Fixie not in person. See? Janelle, right here on YouTube chat. Jonas, some people are happy with their 9 to 5 coming home and watching TV. Yep. Tom, yes, I've spoken with a bloke that duos most eBay and Amazon sellers. Yeah, same. And that's the thing. Like you meet those people. Like I remember meeting Gannon in person. I remember meeting Gannon. We met this guy called David. He runs Wireless One. Like we, they're not interested. They compete with us, but on a completely different level. They've got. Remember meeting pushers Justin Trung as well at Retail Fest. Like there's levels to this, right? And when we talk competition, we're really talking on levels here. So those people at that level don't actually compete with us, if that makes sense. Like their models have different restrictions than we do. Like we can still play pricing games and promotional games and whatever else on our stuff. Them, it's like, nah, we're too big. It's stock photos, it's sell through, pick a number, data driven, efficiency upon efficiency. Don't muck around with the price because it sends the message to the wrong stakeholders. Like it's completely different. So it's not that way, if that makes sense. Brad, Hammock Hustler. I've never actually heard of that before. Channel worth following, I'm guessing. Granny going, how many sellers bother to open the quality listing report or even know it's there to see what difference is between what they're doing and what highly sell? I've opened it. I've looked at the categories I lead at, the categories I don't. I like the fact that if you break your store down into various categories, you can see even which categories you're leading in within those bigger categories. But apart from that, not really. Don't really take much from that report, to be honest. Matilda, Avalon stats lover, love all the graph and breakdowns. Yep. Avalon, if you like graphs and stats, the only because I'm not a graphs and stats kind of person, and I don't track data. Chris Furlong completely on the other end of this. If there is a spectrum, he's on one end, I'm on the other. I'm all about making sales, gaining ground. The accounting and deal with the data later, and he'll just tell me what changes I need to do. But one thing I do track is the sales patterns throughout the year because I'm very visual. So therefore, if I see the graph go up and down like this for 1 year, and next year my sales are down, but the pattern is the same, then for me it's a simple case of it's the market, not me. Whereas if I see my graph, improving, then it's like, okay, good. Certain things we're doing, I can identify. So for me, it's data must lead to something I can do. If I can't do anything with the data, I don't track the data for tracking data sake. But some people obviously like to track everything because they like to know that everything is kind of sorted. That's not me. I essentially will only go to the circuit breaker to check if power goes out. But some people like to go and check every single day to see that all the switches are working fine. Yeah. So I'm not that level, but I gotta go check out Hammock Hustler now. Instagram. Where are we? The Hammock Hustler. Dang. Nice, nice, nice. And she's based in, wait, what? Alice Springs? Damn. Amazing, amazing. Yeah, Jen would find it interesting. Jen worked in the Alice Springs Hospital for 9 months. Are we ready to go get some listing done again? Not that Tom has stopped. If we've learned anything, Tom doesn't stop. My only competitor I worry about is myself. Jen's an interesting one. There are so many places she goes to where I go, oh, I want to go check it out. She's like, nah, not much point. And Alice is one of them. She's like, yeah, not much point. Fixie, you can never finish listing. There's always more. There's always more. Like I have so many photos that I can never ever run out of things to take. Although so the whole point of doing these live streams was to kind of dual purpose the YouTube with everything else. And rather than record a bunch of different videos, like whenever we have these chats, cut them up and put them into actual videos. So today I actually scrubbed through 2 of the previous lives, and I've got I think 13 long form videos and 4 shorts to make. And so I'm going to do that tomorrow. So that'll be cool. So when you guys you guys in the live, obviously you get it live, like this chat we're just having about exit plans, right? But at the same time, everybody else who doesn't make it to the live, they can watch it later on. So I'm looking forward to edit that as well. More work to do. Yay. Do more! Do more! But if we do more, then Avalon will leave. That's a big decision. You don't want Avalon to leave. Don't leave, please. All right, let's do some listing. Then Brad and Jess can go back and do whatever romantic thing they were doing before this. Now that the laptop's reset. Brad, cricket is slow. Cricket is a slow enough sport for one to be romantic whilst watching cricket. Oh my gosh, that's so scary. Imagine logging on to someone else's account. Damn, that's. Ugh. I've been listening daily and consistently since Tuesday session and happy to report I have 3 sales. Yay! Well done. That's what we want to hear. Right, and Jazz, I've heard good things about your spreadsheet too. I've been meaning to download yours and do CLs at the same time to see which one works better for me. But I've also made it very clear that I'm not very good at tracking, nor do I actually enjoy tracking my data. And for those reasons, I procrastinated that whole reviewing two spreadsheets at the same time process. So I am sorry, but I actually did say I was gonna do a video like recording, like just tracking the both and seeing what data I get from both of it. But quite clearly, I enjoy selling a lot more than tracking. So very clear weakness, very clear chink in the armor for me. Night, Alex. Catch you around. See you on Tuesday. I essentially have a feeling, right? If I use both spreadsheets at the same time, I'm gonna realize that Chris actually tracks a lot of things that people probably don't need to track because it doesn't lead to better. It doesn't lead to better decision making because Chris tracks everything. But at the same time, I am curious to know what he does track that'll make me go, huh. So we'll see. But yeah, I agree. Most people actually just need a very basic system. And from your looking at your video, I reckon that's probably what most people already need. But at the end of the day, there's like what's it? There's I feel like there's general health check. You're healthy, you're not gonna die, nothing imminent. And then there's like detailed health check constantly, right? But here's the thing: if you do every single possible health check every single day, it gets crippling afterwards. Like you have to strap on the thing, and most people aren't going to consistently do that. And not everybody is built like Chris, who will put in the reps to go get his data. So I feel that data needs to lead to action. If data doesn't lead to action, then it's not useful. So yeah, I'm curious to know because I'm definitely someone who relies a lot on my gut, has gotten very far with my gut. And so on that basis alone, I'm like, I've never really given much thought to data to the extent that Chris does. Which is why whenever we meet and we have conversation, we find ourselves challenging each other because he's going, despite the fact that I have so much data, my gut still doesn't feel as strong as yours. And I go, yeah, but I'm also very aggressive and I've made some mistakes in the past with my gut, wondering whether I need more data. So yeah, two ends of the spectrum. In the interest of ASMR, today I give you something new. Apple munching. Hmm. Granny, if I'm not allowed to eat on my own live chat, my own live stream, then is it really worth running anymore? I should shut up. I should honor the 30 minutes of silence. Apologies. I'm eating the breaks. Thanks, Brad and Jazz. Thanks, Granny. How's everyone going? I feel like I need something to eat, drink. Might go make a soup. Paul saying listing tiny items that don't make a dent in his to-do pile. All my items are tiny items. What started as soup has become much more. Ended up making a cheese toasty. That's tomorrow's packing bunch. Pretty happy about that. Given the fact that sales have still been a bit slow. What did I miss? Man, the apple was a while ago. I think the time just flies when you're on a live stream. Talking about door knocking again. Oh yeah, today's video, right? I've had a long think about door knocking. My opinion sounds like a great opportunity, but you really have to know your area. So many things can go wrong. Yay, Sandra! I actually like what I said in that video is actually one of those things that I would totally do if I had the capacity, which is be like a space resetter, because I have ideas how to clear space. And yeah, like if they send you photos of the space they want to clear, you pretty much can see what you're getting. They pay you to pick up the stuff, you sell the stuff afterwards, as opposed to dropping a flyer, asking to pay, negotiating a price. No negotiation, super easy. And then if people ask you to clear spaces that you don't want to clear, but they resend you a photo, just go, yeah, look, I don't have the space to clear that, because they don't know what you're running with. I don't have capacity. I won't be able to get to that until in 3 months' time I'm fully booked. Like, say whatever you want to say to not turn up, right? Because at least you can vet based on the photo. So, and the thing is, I think a lot of people are not like waste collection isn't that big of a business either. So a lot of people are picky. A lot of people don't want to. Yeah. So if you're good at resetting spaces and picking up in a timely manner, why not? Check it out. Ooh. Oh, so hungry. Is your whole house lactose intolerant? Man, I don't envy that. Also, I still don't quite understand this whole allergy thing because from in Malaysia we don't have that. Like you come to Australia, you give birth to a bunch of Chinese people, give birth to Chinese kids, and suddenly those Chinese kids have allergies. But the whole line of them prior to coming to Australia, no allergies back in their Asian country. Explain that to me. Hmm. Are we talking like you take dairy and you go to the toilet? In which case, we go to the toilet after having a morning coffee. I think Asians just call that regular. Just like, just like, I feel like your, I feel like an allergy is something that would literally cripple you and make you unable to function. Like I get the gluten thing, like the celiac thing. I understand, like the whole, your intestines can't actually take the gluten. But yeah, a lot of the intolerances I find, if not labeled, wouldn't be noticed. It's like literally growing up, never heard of any intolerances. Yes, you heard about allergies, like peanut was probably the most common one. Where like I'm going to choke if I have a nut. But I realize how that sounds. But yeah, intolerances. Literally only heard about them when I came to Australia. if 65% of the entire world is lactose intolerant, does that mean that we really shouldn't be taking milk in the first place? So Jen's a dietitian, and she's not going to put a name on this, but we've talked about how if you have intolerances and you expose yourself to it, your body learns to take it anyways. In which case, then if you label something as an intolerance and you stop taking the food, doesn't it then just make you less capable of taking it, thereby increasing the intolerance? Like I get the allergy where the body cannot versus will not. So interesting theory. Like my mom was poor and couldn't afford milk, so she is lactose intolerant in the sense that tummy feels weird, smell of dairy makes her feel a bit sick. Hmm. Wow. Undiagnoses are the worst, man. It's like how much pain have you put up with until this point, kind of thing. Um, and it's interesting, like the will to live and your body's ability to just push through. Like my grandmother, when she passed away in 1 week, this happened. She passed away at the end of the week, beginning of the week. She told us we saw she so prior, like a few years prior to that, she'd been complaining about chest pains, but because we're all in different parts of the world, she just asked, she would just say, look, I'm feeling chest pains, I'm going to see a doctor, Chinese doctor, ask for medicine, and she would just give her money to buy medicine, and she'd be buying all these medicines to help with the chest pain. We get back, we're like, look, this looks weird because you're not sleeping, you're up at 3-4 in the morning doing like Tai Chi exercises, but you're still cooking for the rest of us, so clearly you're still functioning, but you're in pain. How much pain? No idea. um, Doctor says your heart is 80% blocked. You have to go do an angioplasty procedure. She goes and does it. 3 stents in, 2 collapse. She dies in a coma within 6 hours later. And it's like the whole not diagnosed, still can function, very much will to live, strong as an ox. The moment it's diagnosed, goes do a procedure, body is like, oh yeah, there's a problem here. Okay, bye bye. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy how that happens. Which you go to the diagnosis and you go to the doctor goes, oh my gosh, she could totally die tomorrow, and we're like, oh my gosh, yeah, do the procedure. You know what I mean? But then really, one does wonder, like, could it have been another 6 months? Could she have lasted another 2 more years? I mean, who knows, right? Yeah, it's rough. That would have hurt. That would have been really horrible too. So sorry to hear about your cousin Sandra. Hmm. Damn. This is why annual health checks are so important, and this is why if you're side hustling, all the more important you get yourself checked out because we push ourselves, man. Like, look at we're up at 12:45 a.m. and probably not going to sleep for another hour or two. And we keep going. So health checks. Get your health checks done. Get your health checks done. That's very funny, Paul. You know what's funny, Paul? Like my Jen's a dietitian, but I've asked her make me a diet, and she goes, "You're not gonna stick to it." Like straight, like it's something about husbands and wives is hilarious. The fact that husbands will go, "You have a skill, do something," and wife goes, "No, you're not gonna do it anyways." And husband goes, "Shit, you're right." But I did go along with the whole regular health check thing, and I've I discovered that I needed to make some changes to my diet, and I did. So do it. Well, apple and soup would have been better. I feel like I feel like a cheese toastie is almost on par with potato chips if you think about it. It's like in terms of fat content, salt, fat, salt, carbs. Surely a cheese. Let's check this out. I'm curious now. How many calories cheese toastie? 260 calories. How many calories bag of potato chips? Interesting. So cheese toastie is 260 calories. Bag of chips is 1,217 calories. Damn, it's oh 6 times. Who knew? Never would have guessed. Never would have guessed it would have been 6 times more. I feel just as satisfied with a cheese toastie. So that kind of tells me the next time I feel like eating chips, just make a toastie instead. I okay, I'm the camp that toasts my raisin toast and lets it get a little bit burnt so that the raisins are like sweet and crusty. And then I let it cool down so that when I put my butter on it and I bite into my butter, the butter is still solid. I do not like melted butter. So then my toast literally looks like my buttered toast looks like the stuff from magazines, which is literally like solid butter on toast. I like that. Yeah, and the whole toasting mayo thing doesn't make sense to me either. It's like mayo is meant to be eaten cold. Who toasts mayo? We actually discovered a French. I didn't. Jenny went for a girls' night out. And apparently near us there's a French restaurant that has really nice butter and bread, which is interesting, right? You go to a French. Every time we've been to a good French restaurant, we don't remember anything that they've made. All we go is, oh my gosh, the bread and the butter, the bread and the butter, the bread and the butter. It would be nice to go on like a worldwide butter tour to see what the best butter in the world is. I reckon that'd be cool.
Adam, how the hell do you eat toast with no butter? Do you just what kind of psychopath puts toast bread in the toaster, makes it into toast, and just eats it dry? What's wrong with you? Or am I not reading it right? Am I not reading it right? You must reply. This is bothering me.
Organic butter. Ooh. I have no words. Do tell, like, what do you eat your toast with? Because at the moment, I just imagine this person eating like an uncut crouton. In fact, croutons taste nice because croutons actually are fried in something for the most part, so there's some sort of moisture in it.
Those cheese sticks are nice, though, Janelle. Guiltily nice.
The one thing that every time someone goes to the states, and I only remember this because Mel is not in the states. I want to eat what's that, the blooming onion? You know that thing they make in the where they like cut the onion with like a this special press cut thing that makes the onion kind of like flay open like a flower, and then they deep fry the whole thing. Oh, I really want to try blooming onion. Adam, I'm struggling with this right now. I really am. You 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 go, I eat dry toast, and we go, okay, this doesn't make sense. Tell us you dip it into something. And then you proceed to you're like this, you proceed to make you dry I eat dry toast, you don't make sense. Then I dip it into something great, he makes sense. I dip it into soup, that's fair. Who dips bread into spread? It's called spread. And then you start to not make sense again. I'm struggling. I'm just now imagining someone breaking their toast and dipping it into like a Nutella jar. It's too late to play these games with us, Adam.
That's good to hear, Sandra. I'm not sure how much this happens in your categories, but for me with toys, one of my favorite things is to go to a house and to pick up a lot. And it's obvious, like I get a picture, a top view picture of a bulk of a box of toys. I already know that I can make my money back on the top layer that I can see, and it's like a big tub. And I go there and I look at the walls and I see photos of like twins or two kids very close in age. And then I get the bulk lot, and true enough, if it's in good condition, and better yet, double the items exact. So I literally have like two of the same item, and it's generally identical condition. Like I love it because then it essentially your that all the rare stuff you saw, there's gonna be two of it. It's like yes. So I'm listing like these like mint condition Hot Wheels that literally I had went to the house, saw photographs of kids. I'm like, yes. I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys because this is actually making me very happy. Yeah, check these out. Can I show you these screens? Hold on. Yeah, look at that. Literally. It's like so pretty. And like all the print still intact. Oh, so good. So good, right? Double ups. Like it's insane. Like the fact that people um at the time when they buy it, they go, "Yep, I love my kids so much. I'm gonna buy two. I'm gonna buy two."